Apparently not. Apparently we're dropping like 80 fucking server frames. So let me restart my fucking router, and I will hopefully be back. God, I'm fucking sick of fucking Starlink. Is it still actually dropping frames? Yes, it is still dropping. Okay, reconnected successfully. It's gonna drop every frame for like 2 seconds and then hopefully stabilize. Oh god, I wish fucking it would just be stable. Please, just stabilize the fucking bitrate. What is your problem? Um, it really doesn't want to fucking connect at all. Fucking now. Um, doesn't appear to be. For fuck's sake, why is the internet like this? I'm so sick of the fact. I'm so sick of the fact that every time I try to stream, I have to fight fucking Starlink to get it to fucking connect and give me a stable fucking bitrate. Why? Why are you like this? Well, hopefully it's stable enough that people can come in and actually like see that the stream is running. But like, it's infuriating. The fuck is? Ba-dum. Latency, power draw, throughput, 0 fucking bytes. What is your problem? Why are you not stable? I'm so annoyed that, like, for whatever reason, the fucking YouTube seems to think that it's fucking excellent stream health. Is he gonna stabilize this time? Oh, for some reason this time's different. It's just gonna work this time. I don't know what I fucking changed, but apparently now the fucking bitrate's stable. So, hello, welcome to the stream. Today we're gonna work on NPCs. I was just tinkering while before the stream started on inventories. So I've actually like completed the inventory and whatnot. I don't think the belt actually does anything at the moment. I don't know if it'll work if I restart it because I've tweaked the shape of something, and also these offsets here, this X and Y should probably be in here. But I'm also annoyed because it's gonna have to be like percent, something like this, because of the fact that I can't seem to get my own fucking custom deserialization working, which annoys me. But anyway. I'm just going to add these quickly just to, you know, make things work. I think that's how that works. So we just go into the code and we just go into the template, wherever the fuck that is. Somewhere is it in inventory? Full inventory. Assets. Would be in script. Inventory shape plot. We load the offset, the icon. I'm not entirely sure how you even get loaded. The shape somehow. Where the fuck am I loading that? Gotta be in like inventory template or something. Inventory descriptor. It's like in here. See, because I can't deserialize a string, which is what's so annoying about the whole fucking thing. But we can be like x, which is a vowel. Y is a vowel. You need to be like 30 default, something like this. I think is how you tell it so that it doesn't have to have it, and then scale, which is going to be a vec2. And again, have a default so that if your default needs to be one. Apparently these are not 30. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Wonder if there's a way to turn that on. Okay, yeah, you just need the fucking 30 feature enabled apparently. So to go like here and be all like features, dev dependencies, Bevy feature, default track location, serialization, was that what it was called? Serialize. Apparently it's not on, I guess it makes sense because I have it. That's dev dependent. No one dev dependencies. We want it in the normal dependencies. Default features is false. Features equals serialize. Something like that. That's going to have to recompile a bunch of stuff, but then that should let me deserialize and serialize. If I can 30 shit. Back to 1. I don't know why this needs to be a fucking string for some reason. It's weird. Anyway, when we convert you, we say that your shape, so the slot. I think slot, we need to change offset to being a UI transform. We're getting further and further away from this being able to be a UI. But anyway. Go back to you, and we go you, and we go, okay, so we're just going to get rid of your offset entirely, I guess. Why did it come back? Fuck. So weird. If I get rid of your offset entirely, then I can go here and I can say that your offset is UI transform translation is a val to new g.x and g.y. I'm working on a like a Neo Scavenger clone. So the game came out 2013-ish, and it was finished being developed in like 2017. I want to say was like when the last major update came out. And so the game just is really clunky to play in modern times because it's written in Flash and it just does some weird quirky shit. So I'm just trying to rewrite it in Rust as like a personal project of having like something to work towards and streaming it to share with people like so that they can see how it works. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we'll just leave that as default. I'm using the Bevy game engine, which is like a low-level game engine that, so so it doesn't have an editor at the moment and stuff like that. I want to say it's fairly new, but it's 5-6 years old now. But it's uh, built like in Rust so that you can use all the Rust type systems rather than having to like my brain's not working at the moment. Rust to default. Yeah, so it uses Rust and like a type level, so you can declare like a function and use the function as a system to interact with things. It's low level, and they're working on an editor at the moment. I guess is the Bevy game engine. I've got lots of videos on my channel if you care to watch. They're a little bit out of date, but like the main concept's still there. So I'm going to be like g.scale. So did that working? Very distracted. My brain is not switched on. Probably from the lack of sleep. This is a very impromptu stream where I was not considering streaming today, and then I went, I should stream because if I don't, I won't stream again. Very much how my brain seems to be with a lot of things at the moment. So we have the slot descriptor. So when we spawn the slot, which is in like rendering, so rendering, so we need like node render, and then like slot mode. So we set the image to this, and we set the image to image mode auto. We set the slot icon node. So we need like the UI node, UI transform. I guess mutable. Yeah, okay. So mute transform. Okay. I don't know even where to test it because the biggest issue I have with testing it at the moment is because I am using someone else's game as the base, I'm nicking all their assets, and so unless you actually own a copy of the game, and want to like, I do have some like scripts to automate some of the extraction. I wish I could, but like last night I was laying in bed like all fucking night, and I didn't sleep like at all. So going to bed's not really going to help. As I say, like I'm lacking sleep, but I'm not tired, which is annoying. But it's just how my brain is at the moment. Yeah, it's like 6 o'clock at night. It's not really like it'll result in me not sleeping because I've noticed that I tend to do that. If I go to bed too early, I get enough rest that I don't ever actually fall asleep, and then I just end up not sleeping all night, and then it'll be like 6 in the morning, and I'll be like, I have to get up because it's 6 in the morning. Or I won't get to sleep until 6 in the morning, in which case then I don't wake up until like lunchtime. So it's not necessarily go to bed early, because I've found, at least with my ADHD, if I go to bed too early, I just don't end up sleeping. If I go to bed when I'm tired, I'll actually sleep. But at the moment, I'm not tired. Which, yeah, I get the concept of it being like sometimes you got to do it, but at the moment I seem to be incapable. Slot. Do we get the slot or something? This is slot dot offset. I think that should work. It's checking ancestor for styles. Now if I close this and then rerun this code, it might work. And the screens, character. So these have issues because we add slots, and okay. The URL set is like UI transform default. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have the rights to distribute the images, which means that if you were testing it, you wouldn't have any images, and it's like kind of defeats the point. I would love to have people test it, but if you had like coding experience and you wanted to test, because the inventory system is its own individual crate that I wrote, so technically you could test that, but like that would be more like you would want to make a game that has like an inventory system and you wanted to test it and tell me like what it needs to be better, but it's not quite the same thing as wanting to test a game that someone is making. Translation is so the translation is vec. I guess we make the vec 2 and get rid of the z. Do that at some point. Comma there. And go higher scale. I think the rest of it's just dot default. I mean, Python's a perfectly passable language to have learned, but yeah, not exactly helpful when doing Rust. But anyway, val auto val pixels. Like that. This adds a slot. Okay. Can it run it now? Probably. Maybe. Just like that. Run. It's probably not going to like it because the odds that I got the syntax correct in the save files is almost 0. But then we have to work on mobs or NPCs or whatever you want to call them, because I did say that that's what the focus of today's stream will be. I mean, I can teach you stuff in terms of like if you ask questions, but I can't really teach you Rust, at least not on stream, because I think that would be kind of it could be an interesting stream, but I think that would need to be its own dedicated stream, would be teaching someone Rust rather than like trying to teach you like in the middle of this stream. But like I do have videos on my channel if you want to learn like the basics. Like I have a video, it's outdated in terms of the Bevy version, but I don't believe anything's broken in terms of like if you just did it in the latest Bevy version. Theoretically, like it would mostly just be the same. Bevy. Bevy's the engine. So it's like Bevy. Yeah, so Bevy gets an update every like 6 months, well, every like 3 to 6 months, it'll get a major update. So the version on my channel is for like 0.16, and it's about a year out of date because we're on like 0.19 now. But it doesn't say like they didn't change anything that should break the tutorial outside maybe some naming issues. So you could just follow along. It's like an hour-long video that goes through like how to make your very first game and get something rendering on the screen and like things like reacting to the player's input. Yeah. I'm gonna think. I got nothing against teaching. Like if you want to like message me on Discord or something, and you can like organize an actual stream to teach you. But I do actually want to work on this project today. It's part of like thing. I'm happy to teach and just do stuff like because it's interesting. Yeah. Well, I don't really teach game design. I teach Bevy. That's what I do. Like, well, that's what my channel is. I don't know what you mean by like anything else. You were just an offset of 0. Yeah. So that would be to fix that example. And then you'd probably be the same because again you're the same kind of weird thing of UI transform like that. Okay. Guys, what are you taking the time to compile today? I don't know what I broke. Yeah, that's my computer fans turning on because it's trying to compile so much. I did have like things like noise gates and stuff on my OBS, but I had to like reinstall on my computer at some point, and they're all like dead now, so I don't have all those filters. There's a noise gate, so it shouldn't be picking up on it when I'm not talking. Like you should only be able to hear it like when I stop talking. It takes a few seconds for it to drop. I think it's like hold time, which is just that like you'll hear it when I stop for like half a second. It'll and turn the hold time down like 100 milliseconds. But it's more likely to clip my words off. But yeah, I used to have like things that would like remove background noise. But the idea is, yeah, if I'm not the loudest thing, then you'll hear other stuff in the background. What did this say? Some thread panicked at looting, missing description. Yeah, we don't care. We just open the inventory. Well, apparently the hands are the only things that work now, which is fun. So failed to load folder asset mismatching 9 type. Nope, I have a problem. Which of these? So unknown field. I don't know. Cannot find path. Yeah, that's fine. There's something. What? Okay, so the fact that they're the only two that seem to have worked is, well, kind of funny for one thing. So yes, okay, I know what's wrong there. I also don't know why that's complaining. What's going on is I'm by default setting their scale to 0. Which is not what you actually want. So where the fuck is that? It's in here. Inventory descriptor, offset UI transform, translation vec2 rotation is default. So descale is scale. But we need to check. So it'd be like mute G, and then be like if G dot equals vec2 0, then G dot scale equals vec2 1. Wait, then it happens out. Happens up here. And then we need to do like curly braces around the whole thing, like so. It's double equal sign. Okay, so that's a terrible hacky way around it. Does that work? That's probably a better idea because this is basically saying if you oh no, but the default for you is still fucking okay. 1. No. I don't think you have, because Bevy's got them all as const, which means that I wonder if I can say maybe splat failed to find path. Yeah, no, see, it's trying to like legitimately just paste the path in, which is just such a stupid way for doing it. Anyway, we just have to default to defaulting, and if it's 0, we have to just override it to something else. That's why they're not there, is because they don't specify one. Okay, so does Rust have the strict version variables? Yeah, so Rust has privacy levels, which means that you can only access things that are public, and therefore if it's not public, like if it's a private field, you can't access it from a struct unless you are that struct, like unless you're at the same privacy level or like lower. So like if you go like in a crate, you can still access the private fields of like things in the crates above you. It's also got strict typing and strict strong typing and something like that, which means that like unlike Python, you can't change a type while like by just adding a field. You have to actually declare the fields when you first make the type, and they have to actually be a specific type. So seems to be kind of working now. Don't know why the belt's not working, and I also don't know why the hand is in the wrong spot, which is kind of funny to me. Go to the template. We go. Why is one of these hands? So, because you're at 25. You're supposed to be at 40%. We should put it up here. I don't think it's actually correct. We can boot up the game and have a look what the game looks like. So we go like Neo. Just trying to work out like where the hands are supposed to go. I think that actual inventory might take up a little bit too much space. I don't know. This is the issue with part of the game, is because it's done with because I've got a saved game. The bigger my save file, the longer the game takes to start. And you only have one save file and stuff like that. So it basically just, so it is about elbow height, and it's about just like halfway above the knee. So that one I think is correct, about halfway above the knee, and just above elbow height. So I actually I think I got that correct, at positive and negative 20%. But it does need to be the left hand on top. Is that left or the right? Right hand. So you need to be 20 and you need to be negative 20, and then 40% across looks about right. Okay, so that should, I mean, kind of work. Interesting. Okay, so that should fix up the rest of that. Like, please stop making the background red, but make it gray instead. Okay. Wonder, do you reload? No, you close. Okay. I mean, that's actually something we can make that thing that happens. So where does that happen? That's in like screens or something. So go to screens and we go inventory, and you go open scavenge screen. Okay. So this is not open scavenge screen, it's just badly named. Right, so we open inventory and then so alright, so it's not here, it's the common UI. Open inventory, sets the screen to inventory. We're gonna say this actually takes in screen. And this is going to be a res state game screen. And we say if screen current, I guess. If current dot get equals game screen inventory else set inventory, and then your screen dot set game screen map. That's correct. You're telling me that you can't compare these because okay, game screen. Wait, you have equal. The fuck? Alright, whatever. Weird. Okay, so if the current screen is the inventory, then go back to the map if the current is not inventory. Alright, so we open the inventory, we can close the inventory, we can reopen the inventory. Does it have this weird things in this screen? It does. That's strange. It makes me wonder if that's just the background color of that background. Interesting. I mean, we can just fix the red to be that color. So I guess we'll get like GIMP and we'll just set the inventory to be that color. Where's GIMP? Hit GIMP. Put GIMP over here so I can grab the color tool. Maybe that color dropper. Like grab that color there. I don't know if I grabbed the right color. 14.5, 16. Running GIMP right now. We go back to inventory and we go, when we open this inventory, somewhere we set the background color. So it should be 0.145. This is 14.9 and this is 16 something. 16.1. Okay. So they should make it the same background color. I guess we'll find out. Play open inventory. No, that is way lighter. Why did GIMP say that it's the same color? Maybe it is the same color. Or it is just I don't know. So we're gonna go back to GIMP. We're just gonna go with the screen being physically larger. Color picker, please. No, so is that color? I picked the right color. Why are you a different color? You just reckon that it's just way lighter. Strange. Okay. Hue, saturation. I mean, we can do that, I guess. But instead of being that, we can go hue, saturation, and lightness, and be like, the hue apparently is 151.1. The saturation, I guess, is 2.8. I don't think that's correct. I think it's 0.2. And then the lightness, because I think, yeah, 0 to 1 would be 0.1661. Maybe. This is the color picker. I'm just assuming it's these, I guess. 25, 29, 26. Bevy's just making it so much brighter. That's throwing me. That's made it a horrendous vomit green. I mean, maybe the saturation to 0. 2.3. What is maximum? Like, what are we out of? Like 25, apparently. I mean, maybe LCH is its own thing. I think that saturation of 0 would probably just work. Do you have an LCH? Yeah, okay, it does have LCH. LCH is a lightness between 0 and 1.5. So 0 and 1.5. Well, it was 16.1. But divide that by 1.5 is 0.1. Again, you're between 0 and 1.5. I think we'll leave that at 2.8, and then the hue is 151.1. I actually don't think the hue matters, but you know. Okay. Fine. Hue saturation. One 151.1. We just say the saturation is 0, and the lightness is 16. Let's say 0.161. Because if the saturation is 0, it should be grayscale. Apparently, it's just ever so slightly green. Hey, there we go. Okay. Outside of maybe just removing all the ons in our template, like anywhere there's underscore on, can you just replace it with nothing? And then that should relaunch the game, and then that should have fixed all the inventory stuff. That. Hey, okay. Still unclear why the belt's not working. Well, probably because I put the shoe in its place. Belt. Hey, I actually don't know a single item in this game that goes in the belt slot. So, it's interesting. But anyway, there's our player. Without hands, and we can close the inventory. So I guess we work on NPCs now. So we should maybe not have them have like a 100% chance of spawning. Alright, so I don't know how to do this, I guess. We got creatures, and then we got bars, which is they have a hunger, water, and an energy. Which I guess is fine. So where do we spawn them? It's probably map world gen, like Neo Symbol? Maybe. The world gen somewhere in here, we like, if it can, we do. If can loot. Let creature. We should almost certainly not be doing it this way because this seems like incredibly slow. So first off, as a server, load all of these. Now put the creatures at the top of the file as like a way of being like preload those. Well, no, we're inside something. Creature. Okay. Please. What have you done? Okay. Cut that. Paste at the top. So these are all my creatures that I can spawn. And then we choose one with the RNG, which we're supposed to do inside. So this is my list of creatures. Which I guess do that. I'm gonna go here and go spawn creature, and then that would be creatures dot choose mute RNG dot unwrap. Right. Mismatched type. Dot clone. Okay, so that will spawn our creature in, but we probably need to give some kind of thing of being like if RNG dot. Well, we could also be like well, we have the tile. We have the hex type. Up there somewhere. I do feel like maybe I should make like a hex descriptor or something. Anyway, I like the idea of being able to set like each individual creature having a particular % chance of spawning. So it chooses a completely at random creature. Hmm. I'm just gonna make it like a 10% chance. Random bull 0.1. This is like a 10% chance that it spawns something. I'm working on a like a remodernization of Neo Scavenger because I want to be able to play the game, but it's so out of date that it's kind of clunky to play. So I'm just trying to make my own kind of version of it. It's like a turn-based hexagon, like a grid-based inventory survival game. It's I guess more the experience of learning to do something without having to come up with an actual like project all of my own. I can like copy someone else's. But, yeah. Alright, we apply. No, okay, so now there's only a 10% chance that an actual creature will spawn, which means that we can actually probably make the creatures do something when they spawn. So mm, so when we spawn a creature, spawn creature, one of the things that the creature can get, so we tag it as a creature. We give it a name, we set its sprite, we make it clickable. I don't know what clicking on it does. Oh no, we make it clickable default. Yeah, so you can click on it. We add the observer to create creature tooltip, conditions new, conditions new. So these are the conditions that the creature get, right? So we have to say like action. No, these are different, which is different. Okay, so when we spawn the player, we give the player some kind of like movement. I think action. Right. So we have to go back to wherever our creature template was. Spawning. actions. Right. For some reason, that's inside the player, which is so actions, and then we need to go like it's like new, and then max is creature dot. Oh, we overwrote it here. Is that template? Oh no, it's because we need template. Template dot moves per turn. Apparently that's a U16. That's pretty easy to fix. Here's your template. Moves per turn. It's a U16. For some reason, I decided a U16 was how we're going to define that. I also have to go order like all my creatures because I think in my creature templates, their moves per turn is like 4 when it should be like 400. So I have to go like my extraction script. Extract data. So don't extract conditions. Extract creatures. Yes. We're going to go down here. We're going to go when you paste it all in a file. Can you say moves per turn is moves per turn times 100 because it makes so much more sense to me to just make you have 100 or 200 or like 500 turns than to be like, oh, you get 2 point something turns, and because it's like that's how the game works. It's like you get 4.00 turns, and everything is like at minimum 0.1 of a turn and a maximum I think 2. But like it's like why not just make it 400 out of 400? Why make it out of 4? Yeah, it's just purely a stylistic choice, but okay. So each creature gets given lots of movement, lots of turns. So then we can rerun our extraction script, which will then re-extract our creatures. That should work to then over the. Did that fix these? I don't think so. Maybe I did it in the wrong one. Yeah, okay. I think there's 2 like extraction points of extract attack. I don't know why they're all opening. I think it's because I've closed the project and reopened it that all the collapsed things got uncollapsed. Extract creatures. Scroll down to the bottom, extract creatures. It's here. We go moves per turn times 100. And we go back up and we say the other one can stay the same. One is like me extracting the data that the actual game uses, and the other one is me extracting the data in a format that I want. Okay. So with that, now we should be able to go to the creatures down below that my game actually loads. Whatever the fuck that is. So creatures. Yeah. Okay. So moves per turn 400, which means that we get to go here and we get to rerun the game, and then when this recompiles, each creature should have 400 action points, or like a number of action points. There's no way to see how many action points they have, but they should in theory have action points. So we're going to go, I guess somewhere along the lines of somewhere. Phase. Yeah, this is end turn. Right. So at the start of a turn, We're gonna be. Oh no, it's inside of player apparently. It really shouldn't be in player. Action should be inside of. Anyway, refresh actions. So refresh actions, wherever that happens, should happen at the start node. So start turn. So when we hit the end turn button, so move on click, refresh action, change state. Move on click. Where is the change stats? That's just a random thing. Move on click. So refresh actions happens on the start of the turn. You have to be like, where the hell does end turn happen? I think it's inside of the like UI. No, it'd be screens, common UI. End turn. Oh, let's just search end turn. Oh, please don't replace anything. So there's that one, and then there's run schedule. Okay, so end turn says run schedule. Update the tick, and then be like world dot run schedule neo scavenger start time. Right. So it's somewhere in end turn that we would need to resolve the like AI's decision, I guess. So I'm gonna creature that like mod and be like I don't know. I don't know why that was. Okay. Be like, how do I do this? I want to be like mod AI and be all like maybe like pub struct brain, which will contain something. We just derive a component on that. Usually, I feel like the brain's going to need to run multiple steps. Obstruct brain. I want something like I don't know how this would work. So we would want like a sequence of intents. I don't know. Actually, maybe there's I vaguely remember Bevy having like someone's built like a pre-made crate for this. So it's not at all up to date. Behavior tree, moonshine behavior. This is even more. Oh, it's not quite as out of date. Look at the behavior tree, because the behavior tree is kind of what I'm thinking is that like there's only going to be like a fixed number of things that the characters can do. If you know more about, want to know more about a specific node, so they have follow and move player behavior tree plugin. So when we initialize, we spawn the camera, we spawn in the player. Okay, so we spawn in the enemy and we say behavior tree from node, infinite loop node, sequence new vector box, task bridge new boxed, near task definition, target player range 300, task to follow the player. Tree assets. Param, which is a query transform. Dot get entity 0, unwrap or translation, truncate distance, get param. Dot get entity 1 to translate. So this is weird. Okay. So this is a task definition, near task definition. Okay. FN build checker, self boxed task checker. It's fine. Target is self.target. That range equals self.range. Box new intersystem is move in entity parameter transform. Let distance is get distance entity entity target param match distance is less than or equal to range. Okay. Build event listener. I don't know what this task event is. Okay, move in commands. Beginning to follow. I don't know how they managed to. So follow, this is obviously a bit of follow code, but how did they insert this? Oh, anyway, so let mute listeners equals insert while running follow. Seems slightly complicated. There's task event enter, and then this is insert while running. All right, so this, what this is saying is when you enter this task, do that. But this is insert while running is one of the listeners that they've made, and so it'll insert the following. Okay, that might work, because what I could do then is I could have the behavior tree thing. This seems like it might do what I want. It doesn't seem to have any kind of priority system, which I would want. So this is task state complete, node result success, task state running. Box task checker. That's fine. So, you return the task state, but how did it like make them into a tree sequence? So I'm guessing if it returns running, it doesn't do it. Okay. My annoyance is I don't see any way of getting a guarantee that the because what you'd want to do is like effectively maybe there's more than just sequence. There's infinite loop, which is, I guess, behavior tree from node. The infinite loop node, I assume, just tries to loop through all of them in sequence. Because what I'm thinking is you could do like a looking for water or needs to find water. It hits that. Mhm. At some point, it does return something, right? So move player, so follow, but inserts follow when the player gets within a certain range, which I can see how that works. Because what I'm thinking is also this would let me yeah, I don't know what the 090 video. I was going to turn the live stream into it, but I feel like I just need to re-record it because I attempt to do that, and because I was streaming and talking to people, like it's not in a format that is easy to cut down, and so I'm probably just gonna have to re-record that whole thing. I want to do the 019 thing. I just don't have the motivation to make a video, and it's really hard to edit my own fucking voice at the moment. I'll get around to it hopefully. I'm super excited with the stuff that came in 019. I just don't have the mental energy at the moment to do videos, which makes me turning into one of the channels that I despise, where they do videos until they get to a certain size and then they just like only do live streams. I at least am making live streams about the stuff that I actually do videos on like some channels like Internet Historian, who got really big doing really cool like well edited videos, and then now majority of the stuff that I've seen is like he just streams on his second channel and it's like playing games, and it's like, well, anyway, it's that me gripe, partly annoying myself of not making videos. Like the next video that I wanted to work on was like components, and it's like doing like a everything components video, but it's like every time I sit down to do it, it's just too much for my brain at the moment. But yeah, I do need to work on videos again. I just haven't got the fucking motivation to do it. What is going on? So task bridge. I don't know what task bridge is. This is not exactly clear. Arrow keys, but if they get too close to an enemy, the enemy moves towards them until the player moves back out of range. This example matches. How does a task event enter? Insert while running. What was the second one? Follow task. The near player task definition. It says success or failed. The running build checker into system entity get distance. If it is, but like, why node result failed? I don't follow. So if you're less than or equal to the distance, you succeeded. Otherwise, you're running. And if you are within range, then you're running. Otherwise, you failed. I don't follow what's like. Does it get locked into a node? Like once it gets out of a node, it can stay in a node. So there's complete failed and there's complete success. So I'm guessing complete success goes on to the next node. Complete failed probably goes restarts the node. Restarts maybe, I don't know. Just Because the behavior tree seems like it's a interesting choice. So kind of what I want to do, I guess, is hmm. I guess we just want to maybe I just hard code the AI a little bit harder than I want. So this is so this is the brain. Hmm. See, I like the idea of the task thing being like you can dial up and down the tasks. So we would want the brain, and then the brain would be like a vector of like boxed tasks. AI task. Something like that. Right. And I can't quite work out what I wanted to do. So like what I kind of needed to do, well, it'd be like a boxed well no, boxed AI task, and then we would say struct AI task do something like a init, which would be a system ID, run, which would also be a system ID. Right, something like that. So then we want to be like impl AI task. We're going to be like fn need for like has first. Right, which is going to return a AI task. So the AI task is going to go something along the lines of, we'll see, you probably need command. Something like that. Right, so we have commands, and then we go like init is, I think each of these is going to take like an in of an entity. Something like that. They have to go like use Bevy ECS, Bevy prelude. Right, so init, which is then going to be like commands dot register system. And that system is going to be target in AIM entity. Something like that, and then it's going to say commands dot entity target dot 0 dot. So I guess it's like something like in how that works, and then we can just say target, and then we go dot insert super bars water. Okay, what type did it get? What does this return? Oh, right, no, you don't return anything. System ID. Can I just make that an entity then? I don't think so. And then run is just going to be commands dot register system like need going to be, I think you're going to do the same thing. We need to like specifically question this particular AI. So it would be like that, and then it would be the same thing where like in target I don't think you need the command, you just need the water, which is then going to be like a query water, like so, and then it's just going to be like if let okay water equals water dot get target if water dot 0 is less than 0.5 info is in need of water, and then we just put target there. So then it should somewhat work, kind of. My only issue with this is that we need to make sure that it doesn't already have water. I guess we can say, I mean, technically the water doesn't need an init, but we could do something like that and then be like query nothing with water, something like that, and be like if water dot get target dot is error, like that. So when you initialize it, you can just stick the default water value in there, 1, like that. But then we would need to be like plugin AI plugin So what I'm thinking is like you don't run like the init, because the brain is going to have like thing of AI tasks. The other thing is I could theoretically, I think, because of how this works, make each one its literal own like self-contained system, that like each time we make a new system it's just a new system entirely, but that seems a little bit over the top. But we're going to do something like I'm not sure how it's going to work. Maybe like something like that. And then we can be like, simple brain. And be like, pub add task. It makes me feel like the AI tasks should probably be handled so that they are the same task each time. I don't know. Vec. So then this would be a mute self. Task would be an AI task, something like that, and then it would be like self dot zero dot push. Task. False. Yeah, see, this is why I'm thinking like maybe there should be asset. Why am I even boxing them if I'm going to do it that way? You don't need to be boxed, you just AI tasks. So when we go down here, we're going to say fn init new underscore tasks. Then we say something like, so this is going to take in mute brains query, no, populated mute brain changed brain. So something like that, and then like you need like mute commands like so, and then we say like for brain or for task in brain dot zero dot header mute mute. We say commands dot q run system. So we're actually going to need the entity as well. Entity, something like that. And then it's target and task. We're going to run system cached with input. I believe is how this works. Where into ID is this, and then input is inner. Okay, so then we say, well, I guess we go here and we say if task dot wait, no, this is for each brain, and then we say, so for brain, and then we go like for task in for brains, for task in brain dot zero hit a mute. Then we say if, well, I guess we can go here and we can say filter t dot hasn't it not. So this is anything that hasn't been initialized yet, and then we say task dot hasn't it equals true. Let's rename that to need init, and then we set that to false, and then we don't need to invert it here. We can just say need init, and then we just go here and say this is So we say for target in brain, so we say brain. So for every task in the brain that needs initializing, we say that it no longer needs initializing, then we say like commands.run system with, and then we say task.init, and the input is target. Right, and then we can do brain add task. So with the plugin is here. So we go here, we go app.add system to update. This runs init new tasks. Something like that. We should probably put this maybe in first. Pre-update, I don't actually know when the end thing runs. So this would init the new tasks, which I guess apparently doesn't even go. So this will initialize all the new tasks, and then we have to go here and be like fn run brain. So this needs to be like brain query brain, comma, I guess it's against an entity, comma brain. Something like that. And then we'd be like mute commands. So, and then we say for target, comma, mute brain in brains for task in brain.0.init. So iter like so we get our tasks. Now I feel like we need to go filter t dot t dot need init. This is the idea of like we need to catch it if they somehow manage to stick a task in between initializing the tasks and running the task. Anyway, then we can say task dot commands dot run system with. I think the rules are this can't have an output. So we're gonna say task dot run, and then your input is target, like that. And so this would then be that app dot add systems. This is in Neo schedules. So the start of the turn, we're going to run the brain, like so. That should work. That we initialize the brains, then we run the brains. So now I just need to work out how I'm gonna like copy the brain. So that's why I'm thinking that maybe the need init should be in a separate thing, and the AI task should be a thing, so that we can like instantiate the different types of AI tasks once, and then be all like, I need you to have this task, and then we can have a separate thing rather than needing each AI to have its own thing. But anyway, so it has the, so at the moment everything has a first, which means it's fine. We're just going to go somewhere. So when we like spawning, I'm going to go here and here. And okay, so we insert the creature. We're going to go, I guess like maybe like let mute brain equals super AI brain new, like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So we would be like, let brain, new brain. Then we like brain dot add task super AI AI task has first, something like that. And then when we go down here and just say brain, we need to just fix a few things, which is the brain doesn't have new, so pub. I guess we just call you default. Which just returns self angle self default inline. Yeah. All right. So that fixes that. We need to make AI task public apparently, so that right. So we learn for an response. Has thirst is private as well. Right, so it's like has thirst, and that'll register the commands, which is one of the reasons why I would rather this not require this anyway. One. Borrow it for a second, get back. Cannot borrow immediately more than once at a time. Right, well, we already know that we're spawning the creature, which means we can just make sure we generate the brain before we go into the creature. So let me say creature.insert the brain. Okay, so this then sticks in brain add tasks super AI tasks has this. Okay. Theoretically, this would also allow us to make like recursive brains. Anyway, so the AIs are now going to get their brains, which is good. Each AI should get a brain, I think. Which means that when we run this, none of them are going to have thirst. Maybe they will, because I don't actually remember how I wrote my code that like randomly shuffles my thirst around. So it's possible that it's going to start saying that all these entities are thirsty because as soon as they have a water, they may just start losing thirst. I don't remember how I wrote that piece of code. But their brains only run when I hit the end of turn. Apparently access is denied. New terminal. Strange. My assumption is that I have to hit end turn. Because at the moment, like, the player's water just moves randomly, but if I'm... Oh. Okay, the schedule with the label end turn was not found. Okay. Running end turn schedule. Schedule scope. So this is running end turn schedule. Okay. Why was it not? I guess because nothing was in that schedule. That doesn't make sense. So this is a run end turn. So apparently nothing's actually in the schedule end turn. It's interesting. I'm surprised it crashes if it doesn't have a schedule, like if there's nothing in it. I guess we just have a dummy end, which just does nothing. Then we go here and we go, hey, in the app, and it's like app dot add system to end turn. Oh. Neo scaven, neo schedule end turn, and then it's just dummy, yeah, like that. Okay, so now it shouldn't complain that it doesn't exist. Actually, we do one for start as well, but I guess things are always in start at the moment. Strange. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, so we need like end our turn. Okay, we do need to actually add the AI in because I don't think anything actually runs. Like nothing adds the AI plugin. Yeah. Okay. So you go up to here and be like creature plugin and be like app dot add plugins AI plugin, something like that. That's interesting. Okay. Maybe it's only the player that loses a random amount of thirst each turn. How do I fix that? I would probably, as like a testing thing, we go back to when we spawn in. When we spawn creatures, can we, wait, no, it's inside AI, isn't it? We insert the water. We say, hey, like if you have this system and you don't otherwise need the system, can you set the water to like 0.25? So that means that now, unless I actively give it water otherwise, it should always have enough water to be searching. So we do want to just be like, yeah. So all these creatures are in need of water. And there are lots of them. There are like literal tens of thousands of them. Yeah, I definitely want to make this like a single system that runs with an input. So we're going to say something like a vector of like bool comma AI task handle to an AI task, something like that is not an asset. Obstruct AI task. So you need to be like derive asset and something like type path like that. Right. So then you would take in a handle to an AI task like so, and then you would push I guess true comma task, something like that. So then we come down here and we'd be like, you filter for underscore comma task. You would then also need res tasks, which is then like res assets AI task. And this would be t.0. You're also t.0. Right. And then it become dereference needing it equals false. Run let task equal. I guess it's if let let some task equal tasks dot get task. Else continue. What the fuck, brain? Continue. Something like that. Okay. That works. Right, and then you'd be the same, where you'd be like, okay, you don't care if it's been initialized because you should know. And then it's t.0, and then it's let task equal tasks.get, and then tasks, which is then res assets. AI. Task. Okay. We don't need brain to be mutable. Yep, true. Right, then we can come up here, we can be like app.init resource, init asset, AI task. That. So what I'm thinking is then we can probably do something along the lines of, because there's like a weird thing you can do, which is to say, do we have access to the asset server? I don't think so. We're like commands dot get. No, so we would need access to the asset server, maybe. Tasks, which is anyway like a res assets AI task, something like that. And we're gonna be like add task tasks dot get strong handle, and then we want to pass in like what else? Right. So we can then go to water here, I think, and be like impl into asset ID for water. Right. You have to have a type as well. So you're into asset ID type of AI task. Right. And then you would say VUID. That annoying. Yeah, Bevy engine, woo. Okay, so I have to fucking UID from this is something like that, and then you can be like std any type ID of self. Dot into maybe. Yeah, it's been fun using some of like the community made editors, but it is just a little bit annoying that every time a new Bevy version comes out, they all break, and then it's like, they're so hard to keep updated. It's such a weird way of doing that. The fuck? not what I was expecting. I don't think there's any way of turning a... So the type ID. The fuck? Fields. No idea. I was hoping I could use the type ID as a way of like making a unique number, but apparently not. Could have sworn you could do it, but could make the UUID random every time. UUID handle. The annoyance with this is you could actually come up with a valid UUID. UUID generator. There we go. Mismatch type expected asset ID. Expected one generic argument, okay, which is that you return AI task. Like that. There we go. Then we go like, hey, just asset ID, UUID. It'll only be used if the asset is explicitly registered in asset. Zero, I guess. What? How does it not work? What are you actually expecting? Oh, you actually expect that. Okay. Well, I guess you can just be like, this would just like do something like AIID. Or like AI task. Like that. And then we just go, instead of doing from, no, not get strong handle, bar conditions, fast. So we're just gonna go simple water. And then it's like FNAI task asset ID AI task, like that. And then this can be like const. Pub const. Something like that. So this should let me then access the thing. Expected an enum. Unwrap, I guess. I think get strong handle only works if the AI is actually like, or if the things actually exist. So like you can't get a strong handle for an asset that doesn't exist at that moment in time. What do you mean? Don't borrow a variable with res. Right. So that lets us hit the strong AI task, and then we can go back up to AI and we can go, hey, when you start, can you be like app.add systems to startup that is register AI tasks, which is then going to be down here, like fn red. We'll copy that. So we're going to register AI tasks, which is going to take in commands, new tasks, which is going to be a res mute assets AI task, and then we say order equals AI task has first. Right, so that gives us the AI task, and then we can say tasks.insert water AI task, and the asset is water. So can I just discard that? I don't actually know if I can just discard it. No. Insert with UUID. I don't. Is it tracked? Q events modified added. Maybe. Because I think if we just like look at the. I don't know. Maybe it's when we get the strong handle that we need to check. But I have a feeling that when we get a strong handle, our self-contains return none. So if we haven't registered yet, yeah. So self-duplicate index insert. So index ID index. Say we return. Wow. Apparently none. Ooh. So this will fail if we try to get a strong handle. I guess that does make sense. There's something that's not a strong handle. Okay, that somewhat makes sense. So it's instead we want to say task, and then we want to say add task, which would be like is that handle A. Okay. Like that. You don't need to be unwrapped anymore, I don't think. No. How do I make a new handle? It's untyped. I mean, I can just do phantom data. That doesn't really... Right, so it would be more like you need to return handle UUID. Then it's like maybe. Okay. Strange. Okay, so we did the phantom data. No, we did the phantom data. Okay, so We can add a task, which is then we just say that this is the water task. So, I mean, sure. Have you like got a bar there? So the water is max 100 apparently. I don't think because you kind of want to get like have like a max water so that certain things can have more water than other things. And then the water checks a percentage, which is the float widget value thing. Interesting. Because what I'm thinking is you want to like be able to increase the water. So because I do like them being their own kind of thing. But I feel like at some point I need to implement some kind of like either a macro or something so that I don't have to manually do this because obviously the min's going to be 0. Because like effectively I want to be like something like this and be all like current like that, and then like pub max, which is then like another F32, something like that, which then means that when we come in here we say this I feel like needs to be modified. So current should just return a value, and this should just be like self dot current divided by self dot max. Like that now returns a value between 0 and 1 with your maximum water. So we go back up to here. That's my annoyance with this, is that like I don't know what the maximum water would be, and therefore inserting the AI task. I guess the way to get around that is to say maybe first of all, the AI tasks no longer need to specify whether they have an init. I guess the way you do that is like option. Like, well, and then you'd be like some. The other thing is more like when you put water onto AI creature, we should just automatically insert the AI task. Let I I'm gonna say that you just don't have, you just have none. Like, don't do anything when we initialize the water. And then we say target if water dot current. Because it's here, and we want to say like that we have like current as a function. Yeah, not so no method named current. So fine. Alright, first up, let's find this float widget thing and go, let's rename current to percent. And then we come here. We go, okay, it's AI water dot percent. And it's like if your water percentage is less than 50%, then you're going to say, hey, I'm in need of water. And then when we initialize the task, we say if let some task needs initialization equals false. If task dot init dot is some. Oh no, it's if let. I guess it's more like let some init equals task dot init, something like that, and then be like, is it ref? No. Nope, that's double reference matching. Okay. Right. So else continue. I don't even think it needs to be a ref. Like it should just be copy. Yeah. Okay. So now it's like if it has an initialization, initialize it. Then we can run the brain, and running the brain can do all the run brain things. Now, annoyingly, we have to be like, I guess a lot of this stuff is just stored inside of the actual. So it's saying that water is not a water. So your water apparently starts at 75. So max 100. Current is 75. Per turn, -1. So I'm gonna go in each of these. I'm just gonna say like pub per turn. Right. So I think we go to the float widget value and we just say go away, and you just have a percent, just a thing. That's the only thing that you do, which is to say that you just call current percent. And then you say current. So percent. So I don't know why we were taking the min and the maximum. So we just say current, and then like I think we have to times by 100 because it yeah. So if per, which is let c equals current. Yeah, okay. Current equals val dot percent if current is threshold. Same thing here, which is say let per equals val dot percent. Okay, so let's get rid of these because, you know. Okay. Apparently these return 100 then, I guess, because we're out of 100. Actually. Technically, I think percent is, it should probably be multiplied by 100. Um, What are you complaining about? Something down here. Finish that. So it's like water. Okay. So this is my random stats thing, which I'm going to get rid of. It isn't like something in here. Which I'm not entirely sure about. What in there is it that you don't actually like? Hmm. I don't actually know. Expected Explorer. Right. Doesn't seem to actually have any issue. The same thing as what's going on here, where it's just it seems to be throwing some kind of like it can't work it out. Anyway, I think we're gonna need to go into our bars maybe. Because what I'm thinking is that like obviously water we want to decrease by whatever water is every turn. We could write a macro that does all this stuff for us, but anyway. So maybe like conditions faction. So it'd be like here. Not a stat. It's like a trait. No. No. Bars. Okay, so we make a bars plug. Right, up here we like well, I guess that like plugin init bars plugin. Right. And then so here we're getting water and we're like FN deck per turn, which is going to water underscore deck per turn. For water in water, and then we say like water dot current minus equals water dot per turn water dot current equals water dot current dot clamp between 0 and water dot current water dot max. Like that. Right, and it'd be like app dot add system that happens at neo schedules end turn water deck per turn. Okay, so it's something like that. We can write like a little macro that lets us declare these really easily, I guess, implying that they're all going to be like floats. So that should mean that each of them gets like their water decrement at each turn. including the player. I'm trying. This is so when we spawn a creature, right? We don't give the creature water. So current is going to be RNG dot random range between 1 and 100, and then max is going to be 100, and per turn is going to be minus. Something like that. What the hell's going on in here? That's the fucking looting thing that still does its weirdness. Alright. So we run that, and that should mean that when we spawn in a creature, so the player spawns in with apparently 100% water. Didn't think I spawned the player in with like 75% water. Well, that's just definitely returning the wrong value, but anyway. So we just like end the turn a whole bunch. Eventually, some of these. Oh wait, no, we didn't give any of the fucking AI the water brain, did we? Maybe we did. When we spawn the creature task, no, we gave them a water brain. Why is okay? Let's try to work out what the fuck broke. I guess we get a bars and we go, what the fuck is your problem? So you what up? So you return self.current divided by maximum.current times by 100. Now where is this called? So this is like our widget water thing. This is update name widgets. This is update color widgets. And then this is update percentage widget, which is to say current. Right. Don't times it by 100. Just get the bar and set it, because that's right. Originally I was going, oh, I'll be returning a number that's too small. But then I'm like, no, but I won't be returning. I'll multiply the number first, because if you're going to return a percentage, then percentage is like is out of 100. Anyway. Right, so now the bars are actually working properly. It's going up. It's fun. So that means I fucked up in my deck per turn. So over the deck water per turn. So this is a plus equals. Something like that. Because what I'm thinking is the water sources could then have like a plus water. All right, let's rename you to like per turn water, and then you would be per turn water. Right. So now my water is going down, and it's saying, hey, these things all need water. Okay. So the next thing, I guess, is to do some kind of they need to find water. Like if the AI needs, so has thirst, AI task. So I think this register AI task. So this is adding the AI testing. We need to do a so this is going to be like water. This is going to be populated. So it's going to be mute brain added water. Right, so anything with a brain that added water is going to say for brain in water. And then we say brain dot add task. And then that task is going to be water AI task. Right, something like that. Then we can go up here. And we go detect need water. So that should mean that I don't actually need to manually add that to them anymore. So when I spawn them, I can give them water, I can give them a brain. And then we can not add that task to the brain, which does make me go, maybe we could just make the brain require, like the creature require brain. And doing that would then result in much cleaner thing here. Because not all the creatures are going to need water. At least I assume they're not all going to need water, because there's going to be like mechanical things like drones and things like that. Anyway. Hey, look, need water. Okay. So what I might need, it's going to be a bit annoying because it's going to be like a memory, AI memory thing as well. We're going to get like the AI. And then, so when we run the brain, when we run the water task, it's going to need to annoyingly run like a sequence of things. So this detects needs water. This is the actual water thing. Where is the has thirst? Right. So this when runs it says like, hey, you're a thing that has water. So what I mean is we I don't want to do it with observers because that seems like a pain in the ass, but also might be the only way to do it. What I'm thinking is we can probably do something like oh, it's annoying because I'm just like trying to struggle like what it actually would do. So what I'm thinking is when we go like I also think that like because of the way that the AI works, we should almost certainly make the AI like a hash map that takes in their handle so that you can remove them and do that. Anyway, so we get to here and go, hey, so like, get the target and it's like if its percentage of water is less than 0.5, we should probably make that a little bit lower, like 0.2. So also percent should be out of 100, so these must be the ones that rolled like 1 out of 100. Wait, no, that doesn't even make sense. Oh, because that means their water ticked down to 1. Okay. So first off, it's less than 25%. So is in need of water. So I need to somehow be able to go like look for water. What I'm thinking is I could probably register a different system, like I love how they're still just called bars, but anyway, we're gonna like mod water. So bars water can have its own entire thing. We're gonna have like a pub, so like use Bevy. Right, something like that. So what I'm thinking is we go like pub fn path to water. And we're gonna like print line is going to find water. I don't think we gave each creature a name, but maybe we did. So we could go something like creatures, and then we go query, and we need to say name, like that. And then we want to go in target in entity. Then we say if let, well, more like let okay name equals creatures.get target else return. So this is just in case it doesn't have names, but anyway, we're going to say like print line. This one would be like this. Otherwise, you're going to say print line is going to find water, and then it's just going to be common name, and then you don't actually have to be like that name. Okay, so we can do that, and then I'm curious because, ooh, no, see, I don't think we can double queue like that. That's the annoying part. Well, I guess we can just make it request components. So we go back to our AI. We go, when I make my has thirst, I can request this to take in mute command, like so. And we go, hey, if your percentage is below this, instead of saying that, can you say commands dot run system with? So the ID would be let find water equals, and then it's going to be super bars water find water. I think is what it was called. We have to make sure that it's actually visible, which is fine. Path water. It's called path water, and then it's commands dot register system, something like that. And then here we would say run system find water with the input target. Right, which means we just need to go back up to bars and say that this is actually public so that other things can see the water. Thank you. Closure may outlive. Yeah. So we have to say that you're a moo. Right. So that should mean that when they run out of thing, it should actually like tell me which creature. I don't know if we gave the creatures names. When we spawn them, do we give you names? Template.name.clone. Yep, I guess. We apparently give them names. So when I hit spacebar, it says dog is going to find water, melonhead's going to go find water, deer is going to... Okay, apparently a lot of things are trying to find water. Now I'm annoyed because I feel like that's implying that they all got very low water. I mean, you could register the thing and be able to look at that water, because why not? So we should be like app dot register system, not system, register type. What am I doing? Water. Like so. That would let me at least like view it in the inspector. But apparently everything's gonna go find water, which makes me like concerned that the way that it's working is that they're just getting 0 as the... Like I rolled a range between 1 and 100. And apparently like every single one of them rolled 0. But what if I said 1 in 100? It does also mean that maybe I'm just spawning lots and be like as F32. So roll me an integer and then convert it so that I don't have to worry about the range not actually ranging properly. Okay. Maybe there are just lots and lots of animals. I mean, it is a very big map. But that, or they're being tested multiple times? I don't think so. No. So they're definitely going in like an order of some description, because it's not just like the same. I think if you're looping 3 times, you'd be like stranger, 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 not deer, melonhead, dog, man, stranger, stranger. I just find it odd that so many of them need water. I just need to, like, I guess, find someone. World map. I guess we can search for like dogman. Dogman. Each of these hexagons has a dogman on it. And then each of these has a water. The water is like 3, which would be 3%. So I guess you're not one of the dogmen that's going to find water? Oh wait, no, we said anyone that's less than 25. You're not a dogman that's going to go find water. Oh, okay. So I guess next is to add like the ability to we need to like add an ability to search the map for water from a location. So something like fn find water, which is going to be a query, something like this, like query water tiles, which is going to be query anything with water with tile, something like that. Like map. I guess you'd be a, well, you just the map would then be a hex map, reference to a hex map. The idea is that something ID. I'm sure it's a cell ID. Apparently not. Hex map. Hexel. Hexel. So here's the thing: we would need like a memory of the creature so that it can memorize where like the last water location it went to was. We need a vision of the creature so that we can like get a creature to tell us like how far it can see. So range, which would be a for now I guess just a U32. And then we're going to go for like 4 cell in. I guess this returns an option cell. Not like that. I say 4 cell in start dot within range, something like that, and then we have to implement a hexagon range iterator, which is fine. 4 cell within range, and then we're going to say x map dot get tile cell if let sum this might be very slow, especially because it's going to need to do it so many fucking times. But it's like more like let sum cell equals get tile else continue. We get the cell, then we say let okay water equals water tiles dot get cell else continue if water dot current is greater than 0. Return some cell else. Well, I guess I was say none. Right. So we do add the within, but then it goes here. So we go, hey, get this creature, and it's going. Okay, he's going to find water. I'm going to say if let some target found equals find water. So maybe like tiles, which is a query water with tile map, which is then going to be really annoying. I'm going to use the global hex map and just update everything to use the global hex map from now on, because it's annoying me that I have to keep finding the fucking hex map inside of the thing. It's like if let some found water. So we have to say that we either pass in the map, which I guess is a reference to the global. So we're going to say That should be fine because I think the global hex map just wraps. That should. The start is going to be that we're going to actually take in your hex cell. So name pos. So we're going to say start is hex cell. Pos. I guess we can dereference that. And then the range is going to be I don't know, range of flick 4, let's say. I actually remember. Okay. So if let else is going, okay. So data is going to get water from, and then it's found. Else, we're going to print line cannot see any water from their current pos. Right. So, comma name. Right. So we need water tiles. Cannot find. Okay, it's called tiles. Right. So we pass that in, and then now we just need to iterate our. You found an entity. All right. Right. So cell E. I guess we could call you tile. That would make it a little bit more like tile. And then we return the cell. Like that. Wow. I guess it's more like do this, do this. So this will be returning an iterator. By the way, so the way this is going to work is that we're effectively just going to query the map, search for literally any water, and then be done with it, I guess. Right. So I think the first thing we have to do is go into our world gen thing. Okay. And just, I think, remove the hex map from here, which should then put everything inside the global hex map, which is going to break a bunch of stuff, I think. Anywhere we query hex map, ampersand hex map. So that's a hex map star, hex map star, right here. The water, no. So apparently nothing was using the hex map, which I find really hard to believe. But anyway, does anything use the global hex map? You do. Why did you not turn up with the hex map? Okay. Fine. Let's look for the hex map. Because they should also turn up the global. So hex map plugin, hex map new. Plugin new, plugin. I'm just looking to see if I can find anywhere that I've used the hex map. So this is on add. That should all be fine because this should all be like if it's not, if you don't find one in the parent, then fall back into the child. So this is all inside texagons, which I don't think cares because I tried to make texagons not care. So this is using a style thing, which I don't care about. Insert fallback, hexagon plugin, global. Alright, so you use that one, which is the water one, and then looting. So looting, no, again, only uses the, apparently the style. We even use the style for. Oh, right. So apparently just like nothing uses the hex map. Which I find hard to believe because I'm sure that the thing like the player and stuff like that get the player's position. Maybe nothing actually cares because nothing bothers to actually try and find relational things. But anyway, I guess if we give it a run and see if anything just blatantly doesn't work anymore, and it would at least tell me if I'm wasting my time trying to track anything down. This isn't a text. Okay. Oh, it's not going to work because we don't have our within. Right. So we have to go to hexcell. Do you have like an iters thing? No. So I guess we want to be like mod iters. So that would be cell iterators. And then we want to come into here and we want to go you, and we so this returns a line. Right. So we're like pub within, which is going to take in self, range, which is a U32, and we'll spit out a import iterator whose item equals Excel. And then it's just going to call iters, and it's going to be a spiral iter new range dot width offset self. Right. So I guess the first thing to go to is go iters and go pub struct offset iter, which I guess is going to be like t, where t is iterator whose item equals hex cell, and then this is going to be a hex cell, something like that. Which means you need like t comma cell. Then we can import iterator for offset iter t. I go here, we say import t iterator item equals Excel. Iterator for t. Your that type item is hexel, and then next is to say self dot next dot self dot 0 dot next dot map p plus self dot 1. Okay, so that's how the offset iterator is going to work. Is that effectively when you call next on it, it'll just call next on itself. It'll call next on the iterator that's inside of it, and then if it finds something, it'll attach the offset that it's attaching. It's pretty simple to implement offset iterator. Then we need to be like pub struct ring iter, which is going to need some more funky stuff. I need to find the thing that's like here, and then there's a whole thing about like doing iteration things and stuff. So single ring, spiral ring. So results is a list of center. For each I is less than k in radius, list append results cube ring center k. Right. So cube ring is the results, which is this code doesn't work for radius 0. So var hex is cube add center, cube scale, cube distance 4. Cube scale is just multiply that by that by that. Okay. I don't think that matters. I think we just stick in a So this is the center hex. And then for 0 to 6 for data radius. Okay, so this is the bit we actually care about. Because we're just going to always start at... So... Current? Question mark? So something like this. I'm just going to comment this out. So it's for 0 less than or equal to this. So for 0 less than 6, which is for edge, which is a range U32. So for 0 to 6, for each 4 edges, for I guess I'm going to call it line, which is then a range U32. Radius, which is A32. I don't think we need the current, because I think what it's saying is that hex is well, hex is equal to hex. Okay, no, so it is current. So this would be a cell hex cell. So it's, you get the hex cell, so we need cube neighbor wherever cube neighbor happens to be. Hex neighbor. Where's cube neighbor? Cube underscore neighbor. The cube add cube direction. So these are it's so annoying. So real pain. So the way that's going to work is we're going to go up a layer and we're going to say enum, pub enum hex get the correct spelling of neighbor, because I can never, no matter how much I fucking try, spell this fucking word correctly. So hex neighbor, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm not entirely sure how they convert, but anyway, we're going to import into hex I. Well, it's more like import core ops add for Excel, but the add is going to be a hex neighbor. It's like type output is a hex cell and then fn add, and then we match self, and we go oh wait, no, we don't match, we match right hand side. All right. And then 1 gonna be really annoying because I don't actually know which is which. I think mine's just backwards to theirs because for some reason I always end up making it backwards, which is to say that this is plus plus. Can't be plus plus. I don't remember mine pointy top fucking. Right. So for right now, we're just going to make sure that they're all the same, which is just to return self on all of these. Well, I guess you say self, comma, and then now that they're all the same, we go here, and we go plus hex cell new, and then we're just going to say 0, 0. They're always just going to return the same cell each time. Because I just need it to be able to run so that I can actually like work out exactly which one's which in terms of like the spiral. So we go back to our iterators and we go, okay, so I guess we go to iterators and we go enum neighbor. No, it's pub struct neig. No, that's fine. We're just going to go. So edges is going to be not a range, but instead a core slice iter, and then your slice is going to be hex neighbor. Right. So that's going to iterate through each of the neighbors. You don't apparently have a lifetime. I don't remember what you. Okay, so static maybe, because then you'll own it. I don't know. So that'll let us iterate through each of the potential neighbors, which I guess is to say, yeah, okay. So that's what this is doing, iterating through each of the neighbors. And then the way you do it is you effectively return the current hexagon, and then you add the neighbor to the current hexagon. And you do that line times. And then when you run out of line, you reset the line if there's a new neighbor. So we need to be like, moving, which is going to be a hex neighbor, like that. So the idea is that we can go impl ring header pub fn new, which is going to say radius. Radius, which is then a U32, and this will return a ring iterator, and then we just say ring iterator, right? And then this is going to be because it was like take the center add on the cube thing, which would be to say, I don't think it's quite. So I don't know what the current is. So current is going to be like underscore for now. Edges is going to be ring hex neighbor 1 through 5. And 6. Right, so then it's going to give us all our hex neighbors. dot into iter. So apparently that's just the wrong type. Anyway, then we're going to say moving is. I guess we start without hexagon 1, and then we say that moving is hex enable 1. Line is 0 dot dot radius, and radius is radius. Radius is radius. Right. So you're saying that this is not the same thing because this is supposed to be not slice but array. Apparently this is an array into iter 5. That doesn't make sense. Okay. So we need to work out what our current one is, because the way that I understand it works, because of what I was doing, yeah. So we work out what our scale factor is just to set our I don't know if that's correct. It doesn't work for radius of 1. But how do we work out what hexagon? I guess we just set one of the values that, so it's going to be like hex cell new q, so radius 0 as I32. So we make a new hex, which is our current hexagon, at the radius that we specified. I think that should be right. Anyway, okay, so we do that, and then we do this, right? So we say the edges, and then we say that we're currently moving in direction 1, and that the line has this many left with a radius of this. Right, and then when we say we have to like import iterator for ring iter, and then type item is a hex cell, and then fn next. We have to do some fancy logic. So this is going to be to do for now, and then we're going to go impl pub struct spiral, which is going to take in ring, which is a ring iter, and then radius which is a U32, something like that. And then we go ring, and then we go radius, and then we go okay, and we go import fn. Let's import spiral iter fn new radius U32, which is just going to go spiral iter ring iterator new 0 radius 0. Radius is radius. So do that, and then this has to make sure that it returns a spiral iterator. Right, and then I think the only thing it's going to be yelling at me for now is that it doesn't have iterator for spiral iterator whose type item is hexcell, and then fn next is self dot so if how do I do this in like a way that's not incredibly dumb? Self.ring.next if out.is none actually it's more like this. It's if self.ring.radius is greater than self.radius, return none. If our next ring is bigger than our goal, we are done. Right. So otherwise you go if let sum, because we're going to do it somewhat recursively. We go if let sum out equals self dot ring dot next. You just return sum out, else self dot ring equals self dot equals ring iter new self dot ring dot radius plus 1 self dot next. Right, so get the next item in the ring. If this ring is empty, increase make a new bigger ring recurse next on self. So the idea is that we will go, if the current ring we called is too big, then we return none, which means that this will return none, which means we'll fall out of the iterator. If we've hit the end of a ring, if we've got some stuff left in the ring, we'll just take one out of the ring. If we've got nothing left in the ring, we'll set the next ring and then call next on self, which means that if we still have rings to go, we'll go in and loop again, and we'll recurse one deeper. But if we're on the final ring and we do this, then when we recurse one deeper, we would hit this ring. So it's literally only ever got 2 levels of recursion. It's either needs to go out a ring, or it just returns the current ring. It's not infinitely recursing. So hopefully it should only ever recurse once. This has got it to do, but that's fine. All right, so we need to implement with offset, which is easier said than done. We need to be like, we'll go at the top and we'll go trait. Hex cell iter, and then fn with offset, which will return which has an offset hex cell and returns a offset iterator self. Right. So this is where iterator item equals hex cell. The size of self cannot be known at compiled. Yeah, I know. Okay. Then we go impl t iterator item equals hex cell. Hex cell iterator for t, and we just say with offset returns offset iterator takes in self. And offset. Can we like use iters, not public, pub hex cell iter. Right, so then you return with offset, which does implement the fucking type. Okay, so that should all work. I'm probably going to need to go in there and explicitly tell it not to, because it's going to otherwise crash, but I just need to get the ordering of the fucking hexagons. So, somewhere here. We're just going to say, please don't actually call find water. And we're just going to say, run this so that I can find out which hexagons in which direction of which. I want to say that up to the left is like minus R plus Q or something. Yeah. Tile spawned as child of non-map entity. That's fine. Yeah, so things are just missing. Anyway. We'll fix that. I just need to go into here and be like, world map. So there's a dogman somewhere, but he's not put inside. Anyway, we'll do like probably your sprite. So let's go find 0, 0. Go 0, 0. Your sprite is just gonna be like set to a certain color. We can actually find that piece of code, which is going to be very useful later. God, this is the problem with having like hundreds of fucking things. Right, so this should let us find hex cell 0, 0, because it should be like bright red. Right. Oh, apparently that's where everyone is. Fair enough. So can we close your sprite? I want to go -1. Where's -1? I need to like transform. So negative. So if this is position, but R is up and down, since this is -1. So negative R is 1, 2, 3. Yep, 3. So 3 is just negative R. So we go back to wherever we were dicking around in crates. Map cell. So when we add 3, we just subtract 1 R, which means that when we add 6, we add 1. we add one R, which means that -2. So it's going to be annoyingly that cell there is probably going to be like. So we want to go like what's 1 0? Which one of these is 1 0? Okay, so you're 1. And then if I'll have to change that. Okay. So 1 is 1. Which makes me think this might be, if that takes it down 1, which would make you 1, -1, -1, which would make you -1, probably -1, because that if that's 1, wait, yeah. So if that's 1, that means that would be 1 lower than that, which is the -R. So if that's 1, then that'd be move that one, then down 1, which is 1, -1. Then the next one is -1, and then this one would be 1 lower, but also 1 back. No, I think you'd just be -Q. Because if Q moves along that line, you're just -Q. So you're 1, 1, 1, 1. So that would just make you -Q, I think. And then you would be -1, 1. And then you would just be 1. Right. That if that logic holds, then negative. No, surely it's this. Wait, that makes sense. 1, -1. Yeah, that makes sense. We want right. -1s don't exist on the thing, so we would have to find. That's annoying. All right. The logic would be that so if you're, I guess we can work that out because we know that's. If I know that that's 1, no, that's -1, and I know that that's 1, -1. Then I would know that Q is 1 lower to get to you, and R is 1 higher. Means to get to position 4, right? 1, yeah. So position 4 is negative. What is your position? You are position 2. So you're 1, -1. So for 1, -1, you get to here, which I know that is -1. Means that we just subtract 1, -1. It just become -1 means adding 1 Q. I just subtracted 1 Q. If I subtract 1 Q from you, yeah, which puts you in position 4. And then to get to here, which is 0, 0, we would add 1. We would subtract 1, add 1, which would make you 0, 0. Yep, okay. So that should be the correct spiral of hexagon positions. So that means when we go back to here, to our iterators, import iterator. So I guess we track down this tile spawned of non-map entity. Where is this coming out of? So if let some parent, right. You're saying you're not supposed to do that anyway. I want you to say that either way. Then we have to like tab this back inside and we have to like how that works. So it's like tile spawned as child of non-map entity and no right. That should work. Alright, that should fix the things not spawning in the right places. So we do need enable 1. I guess it did work because it was just Q. Child spawned, child of... Do we not add a global... We probably just don't init the global map. That's fine. So we need to go back to... like U. We go... Somewhere we have like a map. This is like creatures. Map. So here we're gonna go app dot init resource global hex map. Something like that. Hexagon. Hexagon's global hex map. You don't implement from wild? Okay. Insert resource? No. The solution for that is almost certainly, please fix that. Resource. Can you just like have default? Because I'm pretty sure you have default. No, you don't have default apparently. Oh. Okay. I mean, it's pretty easy to do. Import default for global hex map. Default is to say global hex map new. Ta-da! Right. So running that means now we have a global hex map, which means that now the cells should work again. Question mark. So something was definitely using the hex map. I just don't know what. Because the issue is it's probably still going to be broken because it's yeah. So they're all still going to be broken because this root. So map element spawned with no clear map. So this was what was positioning it. Spawned with no clear. So you on insert. Okay, so this is like world.get hex map. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be global. Because oh no, this is get hex map from map. This tile is in the root. Right. If let some parent world.get child of. I don't remember what I'm doing here. So I think we just say sum e, else if world.get resource global hex map dot map g ampersand g dot 0 sum if none. There. Does that work? I think what it's running into the issue of is it's going, hey, this thing has a parent, but that parent isn't a map. And I had it go like, oh, if it's a global thing floating around, it goes in the global map. The issue is that, like, yeah, there we go. So that fixes that. Now I have to completely remember what the fuck I was doing. Right. So we have our iterator. So we are going to need to do something that's like, if radius equals 0, else do this. We have to like return a special case if the radius is equal to 0, which is to say that we are a ring iterator with a current, which is a hex cell 0, edges is empty, moving, I guess, is just hex neighbor 1. Lines is 0 dot dot 0. See, this is what I don't like, is that you need to be an iterator of an exactly 5 in length, which makes me think that I can't call next on you. Because anyway, so lines, radius, and then radius is 0. Right. So you don't like that because you need to be so I just need to find out what that type is. So let t equals dot iterator. No, dot. I can call next on an into iterator. Surely you have a item into iterator. Okay, so that annoys me because the into iterator so is a slice iterator. Is it a slice iterator that can be owned? Hmm. Oh, right, that would probably, yeah, that would help. Right, so this entire time the issue wasn't, it was that I was trying to iterate the wrong type, not that I was, okay. Anyway, so we have our next to do thing. Right. So we're gonna have to like make some tests. So we're gonna like test fn test ring iter. Right. So we're going to assert that assert equal ring iterator new radius 0 is equivalent dot collect vec underscore is equivalent to vec cell hex cell 0. So the thing with you, you need to return current. So we need to be like let out equal self.current. Well, sure that is, we kind of need to know if it's a sum or not. Anyway, we then need to work out what the next current is going to be, which is to say, so I guess it's self.current plus equals equals self.current plus self.moving. If self.line.next is none, self.moving equals self.edges next question mark. So when we get to the end of that iterator, we will always return none. Right, so if this iterator is done, we always return none. Then we can say self.line. So if we're not finished, reset the line, which is equals 0 dot dots self dot radius. And then we put self dot next. Right. We have to make that clone and copy, that's fine. So we're going to say let out equals self dot current u equal self dot current and then sum out. Again, so it should only ever be able to recurse one deeper, because if it hits here and fails, it will kick back none, which means if it hits here, it will go one deeper, resetting this, and then it's guaranteed to succeed. Otherwise, it'll kick back up one, and if it, so yeah. So basically, it can't ever recurse more than once, because it's either going to have successfully reset itself or it's going to not have. Anyway, these need to be derive, clone, and copy, so that I can just dereference u setting u. So if the line is 0, 0, 0, 0, so that should return. This needs to return exactly once is the issue. And I don't know if that's going to happen. I think this might just fail the very first time. I don't know what I changed. It's because it's compiling and debug. Yeah, so this may not work because it needs to run at least once. So we might need to say like line is 0 to 1 on this one specifically. Because this is empty, it'll immediately fail as soon as it fails the first. Because effectively we've got a special case for case 0. Well, that was real slow, computer. So we have a special case for case 0. So basically if my test fails, we okay. And then we have to assert equal that ring iter new 1 dot collect vec underscore. Right. Needs to return vec. And then we're just going to go copy the neighbors. So it's all of these. This is probably why I should use a hash map, but also again, they should actually return specifically in this order. I hate doing that. I like navigate through it really well, and then I'll be like, I just need to move over, and then I hold the wrong combination of keys. So we're going to go end, control, click, 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 shift, arrow, control, shift, click, copy. Right. Then we go back into the iterator and we go, okay, in the particular test that we're doing, that is the expected result of the second one, which is to say that it should be 1 minus 0, 1. And then we need to add a test that's going to be like test event test spiral error, which is just effectively the same thing, except that a spiral iterator can just copy this. Spiral iterator is going to assert equal that you're equal to this, but you're also going to have the additional wrong set of combinations there, thank you. Right. 0. So when you're a ring, you start at 0. It's gonna be interesting. Hopefully it just works. I don't know if it will just work because, you know, I feel like, again, that the 0th ring is probably going to need to be from 0 to 1 because it needs to run exactly once before it falls out. And then once it falls out, there's nothing in the edges, which means it can't do it again. We always have to do this after. But it failed, and it failed because it was an empty set. So I'm thinking if we set this to 0 to 1, because we still leave this as 0, means that when it resets, even if it manages to reset somehow, it should still reset to having no elements, which means that any iterations after that would also work. So this should now return, hey, that looked like it failed on something other than the one that it failed on. That's good. So it's now failing on... So why did it fail? So 0, 1. So it got 2, 2, 0. I think you're spiraling the wrong way. Because you should have on 1, 1. Maybe it needs to be done in a different order. So it shouldn't start with 1. So 1, 1 needs to become the next element in here, which is 1, negative 1. We need to go down. which is to say that you need to start, I think it's 2. No, it wouldn't be 2. It'd be like fucking 5, 4, 3. So you need to start by heading 3. But that would be going clockwise. We want to kind of go counterclockwise. So, okay, when we iterate the spiral, I guess in my head, it's like going clockwise around that iterate count. I don't know, how do they have it going? So, yeah, we'll be going to here. Right, which goes, yeah, to there, because for some reason my N and there, my Q and their Q's backwards. So you go here, and then you step to there. Right, so we start at 1, 1, which means that the very first thing we need to do is step in the 4 direction. So we actually start with you iterating 4, 3. 3. So you start by going 3. And then I would assume that that's down. So you'd go from here to here. Right, and then to turn that into that, we need to -1 on the Q. Which one of these is -1 Q? You're the next one along. Right, so that would make sense. So it would be, you start with 3. You then go, the 3 would be the one that doesn't get done. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. So to get from here to here, we need to go, we add U, which is 3. So to get from here to here, we add 1 of the Q. We subtract 1 Q, which is this one. And then to get from here to here, we subtract 1, we add 1. To get from here to here, we just add 1, which is this one. And then to get from here to here, we subtract 1, we add 1. Okay, so that should work. So we just need to do 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, starting in 3. This one again doesn't actually matter. So 0 works. Spiral should now work. Yeah. A ring of 1 should now work. Now you fail. Why do you fail? You put out 0. What? You spat out 1, 0. So you just didn't collect the first 0. When we say new, wow. Okay, no, that's because we said ring. We want spiral iterator. That would explain it. Is we said that the ring iterator that we knew that was working should give a different result. Okay, so this should give us, hey, it passed, which means that we can now use our spiral iterator. I should probably test it on larger than 2, but I'm just going to assume that it's all good and all works. It probably is smarter to like calculate 1 more ring out. Really don't want to. So 2 would be start at 1. No, it would start at 2, and then it would go to 2, -1. 2, -2, because subtracting. So gotta look what the numbers are. So we start by adding this, which is to say for 2 iterations, 2 laps, we subtract, so we go spit that out, subtract 1, subtract 1. Okay. Then we take this one. And we say subtract 1, subtract 1. Then we take this, and we go, okay, the next, so subtract 1, subtract 1. Now it's subtract 1, subtract 1, add 1, add 1. Right, then we get to, so we did that one. So that 2, did those 2? We did those 2, we did those 2, we did that. Okay, so the 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, they're 2 are the same. So it's 2, 2, 2. Let's start again. Alright, 2 copies. And the subtract 1, subtract 1. I guess we should make 1 copy. And then we go, okay, so this would be subtract 1, subtract 1. Right. So then you'd be subtract 1, add 1. Subtract 1, add 1. We've done that twice. Then we need to add 1, add 1. Then we need to add 1. Wait, we didn't add 1 twice, did we? We added 1. We added 1. So these would be 2s. So then we would. I don't think -2, -2 is supposed to be. It's u 1, 2, 2. Add 1, add 1. No, go back. So this is. So subtract 1, subtract 1, subtract 1, subtract 1. Okay. Subtract 1, add 1, subtract 1, add 1. Add 1, add 1. Alright, so then it's u, which is add 1, add 1. And then it's finally u, which is add 1, subtract 1. Add 1, subtract 1. Which would set you back to there. So then we go up, up, up. So it's 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. But I think this one should have maybe failed. Oh. I guess we'll just find out what it actually gets, and what we can check to see if where I fucked up. Alright, so they don't match, which I guess I kind of expected. So it should end on. So I think we just got 1 too many, which is that it doesn't get to here because that's when it wraps. So we start at 2, 2, 2, -1, 2, -2, 2, 1, 2. Okay. I mean, I don't know if these numbers are correct, but they make sense. They also include numbers I expect, which is like -1, -1, and 0, 2, and 2, 1, 2, 0. There's -2, 2. It's -1, -1. I'm surprised it doesn't contain. Oh no, it does. Yeah, 1, 1. So I was expecting those two because from what I remember, like when you do it, it's like if you do a square, so like your 3 by 3 square, the corners, which would be +1, +1, and -1, -1, are like points on the hexagon, which means that they would be in the next ring over. So I expect to see them in this. So I'm going to say that that's probably correct. And then we can, I guess, paste this here and assert that a 2 contains this additional stuff. Good. Alright. I guess we probably should test the offset, but the odds of the offset's not working. Don't care. Right, so this means that we get to go back to our tiles. No. So we do need to do some kind of thing that's like something, I guess. So maybe we should make each tile return a bundle or something so that we can like easily modify which tiles return like what. So ring. So we have a ring address. Where was we? So that's in. We come back up to here and we go creatures and we go bars and water. So if let's unfound, find water footer position is going to get water. Right. So that should basically say now when I run the like search code, it should say that it never finds any water because right, the last like because no tile has water, so when it runs with a vision of like 4, it's more about making sure that it's not going to be godly slow, which I kind of expect it to be, but no. Okay, so they're all just saying they can't see any water, which is kind of incorrect because they're supposed to be able to water. Anyway, but that's more because no tile ever has water. So when we do our like world gen, yeah, we say tile and then we say map.spawn and then we do like tile hex type and then we go, hey, if can loot, gen locations and that kind of thing. So what we should really be doing is something more along the lines of I want to say it's like not the hex cell. So we want to spawn and it's going to be more like hex type So we need to go to the hex type, wherever we get the hex type from, like sample hex type. We need to be like fn scene, which is like self, and this returns a something, I don't know, bsn, whatever that returns. So we're gonna say let spec equal something, and then we're gonna go bsn spec. So we're gonna go like water. I don't know what this water and deep water and stuff like that is, but anyway, don't feel all the missing. So we're gonna say hex type cabin. No. Like hill with water or something? Grass, water. Plum warehouse, hill spring. Hill spring. So you need to return bsn water. Comma. Yes, maybe, I don't know. Right, then everything else is just going to return a BSN. That's empty. Right, so these are annoying. That's not what I wanted. How did you do that? No, not hex type water. It's character water. Character water. Right. So you don't like that because I hate that. So I can't do that because they'll all return different types of the scenes. Like box dine scene maybe. Box new. Right, which is then spec. So this is supposed to be like maybe a box. Does this actually work? Right. Oh, it's not public. I think it's still not gonna like it, but like that. So yeah. So you don't like this because it's saying, hey, like boxed dine scene is not. You suck. So what that really tells me is that you're supposed to be like maybe was it like a scene component. Which I guess apparently means you can't get component, but it's expected one argument. Does that work? And then it would be like, is it at text type? I don't remember how to do this, and it annoys me. It's not hash, because hash is what sets it as a. Expected expression. Oh no, this is spawning a bundle. That's what's going wrong here. Supposed to be a scene. Where's map coming from? Recursive, related spawning. I don't think I can do that. So what if we got rid of this? We said let map equals dot id. Okay, and then I want to say it's like be like commands.spawn child. I think the map would automatically do that, but anyway. So if can loot child of, okay. So we're gonna say let mute map tile map equals map dot. Okay, so it would be command dot spawn scene bsn. Okay, the tile doesn't implement clone, which is just annoying. Anyway. This is to mark us at a recare. It also needs to implement default. It's just really annoying. Now I lost where I was. There it is. So you can't be used as a scene, but if I said text type dot scene, this returns a boxed scene. What is your problem? The trait bound. My assumption is that I need the hex cell to have like clone, copy, and default. It's got clone, it's got default. So, don't understand at all why I'm not allowed to use that. Can I @sign it now? Wait, Excel's the one failing. Fucking. You have default, you have clone, so I actually don't know why you're not allowed to be. Whatever. We can just say ditch the cell. Okay. Temporary value drop. No, what temporary value is dropped? Oh, sorry. I have to keep that, and then I have to say tile.insert cell because I use tile in here, which means that it temporarily gets dropped. I actually don't know if this is going to work at all. I'm assuming this is going to be completely broken because I never actually told this where it's getting itself from. I don't think any of them. Well, none of it was water. Which is interesting, because they're clearly doing the other shit that they're supposed to be doing. I guess that's because I'm doing that here. So no, you don't expect that. No, okay. It's doing something with itself, which I think is just inserting itself as default. So you chuck in spec, but you also need to say self. Why am I not allowed to put you in as self? X type does not even seem. So my curiosity is, can I say hex type build spring? No. There's something you gotta do to make it fucking work. So you are clone, your default, your reflect, your everything that I could imagine you fucking need to be. It's very annoying. So I don't know why I'm not allowed to put you in as a scene. Is it because you're not a component? like my assumption is that I'm not allowed to insert you as a component. Like the idea of a scene component is that it does its own like file.insert. Oh, I guess we can just do it here. We can insert this and we can also insert text type. Be like, no, you're allowed to just be inserted. Because that's what I'm pretty sure that's where it gets its type from. So my assumption is that you're using default there is why they're all water. Nope. Not Excel. Text type. So my suspicion is that we need to do something that's like not enum hex, which is just gonna be a hex type, right? Then I'm thinking if I can just pass in data and say, hey, no, you can't do that because expected type hex type, and then we say data match data.hex. So data is data. Data.hex. Now you're exactly the same. And then can we say like data.hex? No, because the trait bound hex type is not a scene. But what does that mean? How do I make it a scene? Default, yeah. From template. Are you going to stop complaining about it now? No. I don't get. I remember seeing it somewhere. Like how you can make it a scene, but like. Nope. Oh my god, how do I fucking do this? It's clearly missing something. My assumption is that it can just, like, it's just component. Let's comment that out. Be like, we said data.hex. Nope, it's not a scene. How do I make it a scene though? Sometimes you need to nest macro calls. I don't know why I'm not allowed to use it as a scene. I saw something that was like, oh, it automatically derives a scene on X or Y. Scene component. There can't be a component and a scene component. Understand. It's saying you can't use data because data's not default. Okay. We fall back to the lazy way of doing it, of saying that you can feel like we're just gonna call you scene. You're gonna return nothing. We're just gonna match self, and you're going to take in self entity, which is going to be a mute command. Right. And we match self, and then we just go fucking. Most of them are going to do nothing. The ones that happen to be Hill Springs are going to say entity.insert water. With the current value, so we need to take it in RNG as well. Yeah. And then we go here and we say current is RNG dot random range from, I don't know, we'll say like 50 to 150 as F32. Its max is going to be 200, and its per turn is going to be 10. Right. Don't match anything, just is it on? You need to do that and do that. And be like, okay. Right. They're going to be like RNG sample from 50 to 150. Something about requiring 3 arguments. Send you back into a component, thank you. You can go away. Thank you. Right. So that means that what we're going to do is we're going to go here. I'm going to go spawn the tile in, insert these, say text type, I guess, scene, which is tile, reference to tile, and in the RNG, I don't know where we get, where are we getting the RNG? So we need to like mute RNG. Okay, we pass in the game RNG. Now, the issue with the game RNG is that it's not actually specific to where you are in the map, but anyway. Which like means that like we have to generate the entire map at the first shot, otherwise it doesn't actually work. Anyway. We hit play, everything spawns in, everything seems to be working. When we hit space, is it going to tell me that hey, look, it says scavenger. A stranger is going to get water from cell 6. So 6, 79. I don't know how that's in your name. Is it because we're missing a space? Wrap it in parentheses. No. So hex space comma 6 79. Why do you seem to think you've got something called that underneath you? I don't get it. Anyway, as you go close and close the bottom, let's rotate everything back up square. 6, 79. If I go to your sprite and just quickly set its color to red, it should be easy to spot now up here, and it is in fact a watery hill, and within 4 hexagons of it should be a stranger. I don't see them if they're there. I don't see anyone up there. That's a little concerning. Where'd they all go? Well, they all disappeared, so... Are they all, like, underneath? I think they're all underneath. How the fuck did that happen? Is that you doing that? Probably not. No, I probably fucked up the position or something. Like, they're supposed to be set to some kind of value. Where is it? Oh, Jen. Oh, it's probably when I fucking rotated the map, I think. When I did this. Look, they all came back for a second. There they are. That's annoying. Anyway. Alright, I'm going to remove the ability to do that, because that's annoying. I don't even remember where that is. Under, like, player, maybe? Actually, maybe, I don't know. Key code Q. X camera, that's where it is. So we're going to say, like, don't fucking rotate the camera, because all it does is break shit. I guess that's the more prudent thing to comment out, is the actual, like, be the code that runs, not... Anyway, my assumption is it doesn't re-update the ordering. They should still work, though, because they should be... Fuck, I don't know what's going on with Bevy. They're still children of the tile, so updating the position of the tile, they should still be one little bit higher. But anyway, so when we hit space, there you go. Okay, so we need to track down one of these people. Lots of them are not within range of water. So a deer is 3. You know, where 3 is. So from the bottom of the list, 3. 351. Not going to be that hard to find. 351. Grab the sprite. Go here, go make it red. Go zoom out. There it is. So there should be a deer. Okay, so this deer can see this water. This stranger can see this water. 3 comma space 51. Only those two. Interesting. So you are 1, 2, 3, 4 cells away. 1, 2, 3, 4 cells away. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why can't you see it, Mr. Stranger? I wonder. Something tells me that it's probably just if I bumped it up to 5, you would still see it. I also need to check. So, like, there's a stranger standing on that house there. Have I actually managed to get the fucking RNG to be consistent in that if I rerun this, will it put it in the same fucking place? No. The map's not even consistent. What the fuck? Oh no, because that's right. I haven't even hard-coded the seed. That's what... I should hard-code the seed. Because then I can test it and things like that, where I can go back to the same place each time. So that's like up here, we go, hey, so when I call spawn world, no, it's more like menu. You trigger open world request new seed, seed 0. Now, question is, do I actually check? No, okay, so seed 0 should work. I was making sure I didn't like check for a seed 0 to decide if I was doing random. It's like, no, you're actually triggering new. This should make it the same map each time, which should make it much easier. So there's a person there and a deer there. Yeah, okay, so now it's the same every time. Lovely, lovely. I don't know why there's a spooky forest over there. Okay. I think it's related to the game. So I'll hit spacebar. So feral dog. Okay. I'm wondering if I should maybe just like have like a fucking magic console that I can be like go to. That'd be kind of cool. Anyway, onward with the interesting stuff. So I guess what we need to do is work out the rest of the fucking tiles that can also have water on them. So I do feel like we should maybe we'll get a tooltip. Wherever the fuck tooltip. I don't know where my tooltip shit went. So when we spawn a creature, we do some kind of thing. It's like on tooltip, which is like create tooltips. So this is spawn tooltip container, hide tooltips, create tooltip. Oh, this is a creature tooltip. So then we want to go like we do have somewhere I think that it's like I don't know. But like fn, like a pub fn tile debug tool. Yep. Okay, so this needs to be like on just grab that, I guess. This is what that tooltip's kind of going to look like, except this is on pointer press. We go if target dot button does not equal pointer button secondary. I guess it would be more like middle. Return. Right. Then we can go tooltip dot clear tooltip dot show so we kind of want to be like probably hex cell hex type. Then we go down here and we be like let pos because it's like let okay. So let pos cell equal cells dot get target dot entity else. Well, how do I keep doing that? The fuck key combinations. Anyway, return. Right. Then we clear the tooltip. We do that. Okay. So we can then go tooltip dot title is like format cell type tooltip dot title? No. What does description do? It overrides the description. If no, it's more like how does clear work? I think clear just it's like commands, yeah, despawn recursive. So we can just say self dot commands dot spawn child of self dot root dot 0 comma txt dot right. So that should just mean that I can come down here and I can just say text, and then the text would just be pos.q pos.r. Right, so I'll debug thingamabob. So then we come over here I feel not entirely sure, but I feel like it's possible that we can like stack our tooltips in a way that like I can make specific tiles get like a water tooltip on top. Not entirely sure though. So cell. I feel like this could be really slow as well. Anyway, no, we don't want to be in there. We're going to be in map gen. Alright. Load asset, extract somewhere. Where are we? Where the fuck are we? That's creatures. Map. World gen. This spawns the map. Map. Tiles.insert. Scene. Map. I'm kind of lazy. I feel like, let me spawn this scene in. Maybe like on. Right, right. Tooltips. Tile debug tooltip. Yeah, sure, why not? Because what I'm thinking is, unless they trigger in the wrong order, I could put the water tooltip as part of the. It just triggers when you right click on the cell. It just adds the water value somewhere on the tooltip. Yeah. If I middle click, it says, "Hey, this is grass at Q40." So it's definitely not clearing it properly, as can be very clearly seen. It's just not doing it properly. So that doesn't make sense to me as a thing. I don't think I'm setting the child of correctly. That's kind of funny. So where is it? Is it tooltips? So we call clear. When you call clear, clear just says self.elements drain. And it despawns each individual element. Right. Okay. The tooltip elements needs to take commands entity. So we definitely need to make sure that if we're doing this, we're so we need to like self dot elements dot insert. I'm thinking we can probably just go up to here and just be like tool text element and like text. I don't know. Then we need to go to tooltip, like the tooltip element creator thing. Text. I guess we can just say as you wait. I feel like if you're putting that many tooltip things in, then maybe you should stop. So let as you wait. Right. What are you expecting? Something. For sure. Index. And then you're going to return a tooltip element. And then you just return like that. Right, I didn't call ID. Like so. There you go. I don't do anything with the text, but and in theory it would let me I guess, like, specifically do something. Maybe I'll let it, like, specify text with ID or something so that you can, like, override things. Okay. So we can at the very least now, like, see what the fuck it thinks it's there. Get the location, you know. Well, apparently not when it's under a dog, but anyway. All right. So that's called swamp, which is entirely what I was looking for. We're gonna go to world gen. We're gonna go here, go here. Okay. So hex type swamp, which does this, which does this, which says. So I think the end of the day, the swamp probably regenerates much slower, but probably effectively holds way more water. So we're gonna start with like somewhere between 300 and 500, and it's gonna be able to hold up to like 500. Something like that. That'd be the swamp. What's the next water tile called? It's like that. It doesn't. It's not pinned to the world. It's pinned to the camera. So it's a hill spring. There. What's that? Got a lake. Okay. So I think lakes. So the lake, again, so lake's going to be even bit like bigger. So you can spawn with the same amount of water, but it's just going to be able to hold even more water. So the idea is that like the lake. We can make everything suicide onto the ANT by saying they have water. I think, is that it? So we have lakes, we have swamps, we have rivers, hill springs. Black Swamp should, in theory, have water, but like also, you know, probably shouldn't be going there to drink. And you would think that most of the things in the apocalypse would probably know or have learnt not to go there. So, right. I think that might just be all the water types. I mean, there's obviously the ocean, but I don't think that water should be considered drinkable, and also they can't actually get into the water, so probably going to cause more problems than it solves. Okay, so we could probably scroll through the list of things and see if there's anything that's pretty obviously missed, but just a random bit of deep water. All right. I feel like the last thing I want to do is, I guess we'll see if they still can't find any water. But like we need some kind of way of like requesting pathfinding. The other thing is we should also probably check the line of sight or something like that so that they don't see over hills and things like that. In space and go, okay. So almost everything's finding what it's looking for. I don't know, Bevy did some kind of text field, didn't it? I wonder. So if I go like a UI and go like here and go hover text, hover icon. If I go like pub struct whatever, like mod debug. Plug in please, and be like debug console. Debug console. Right. So then next we want to be like app.add system. I guess to update. Open debug console, something like that. Right, then like open debug console. Then like struct okay, I guess we don't want it to like a toggle. Right. And then when the console state is like open, like so, toggle will take in button input key code input dot just pressed key F12 if input just pressed F12 we need the state. Except we want this to be like a derive resource, like so. Return and not. Right. Then we can say if state.open and then be like state.open equals not state.open. So we'd want to be like commands dot run cached system, and the system would be console commands dot run cached console. Then we'll be like here and be like fn Alright. I kind of feel like we want to be like more like root and then be all like option entity, and then we can be like if state dot root dot is sum is none. Is none. The idea is if you don't have a root, then you mustn't be open. So then we can go here and we can say mute state. So your res state res and then you don't have to update that. So you can just call that, which means you can just be res. And then you be res mute console state and mute commands like so. And then the way that you work would be that when you're called, you say mute commands, mute state, res mute console state. Come down here and be like git let some root equals state dot root dot take, which sets it to none if it wasn't. We say commands dot entity root dot despawn. Okay, so there's no way to open the console at the moment, but there is a way to close the console. I guess we make this print line to do open console. I want to see if I can like make it easier to navigate around the specific things. So we want to go to make here and be all like config debug assertions app.add plugin debug console. Right, so when we run that, this is going to start yelling at me saying that you can't do that for some reason. So res button. Right. If we run this now, it should say when I hit F12 that it's opening the console. I want to see if I can do like a text field, and then I can make the console do all sorts of things when I type things into the text field. So it panicked immediately, right? Because I haven't done like the bare minimum to make that work. UI debug. So it'd be like app.init resource console state, which means that you now need a default. Right, run that. Right, so when I hit F12, it says, hey, to do open debug console. We can hit play, and again, to do open debug console. Right. So I just want to, like, when we say open, if I said, like, let root equal commands.spawn scene BSN like that, we then want to go here and say state ID dot root equals some root. Right, so that should spawn something in. We should be able to say like node position type absolute. I don't know. Min width is val. Oh, sorry, you need commas. It's very confusing because it changes what it wants. Min width, not max. Min width is val percent. Let's say like 20%, and min height is val percent 30%. No. So that should spawn some kind of rectangle in, and then we want to be like children. Text. input. Yeah, feathers text input. Right. So scene function to spawn text import for proper styling. This should be in feathers text input container. This is spawnable by inheriting it from a scene component. First off, what? Why do you keep doing those 2 dots? Okay, so text input container then. Decorative frame around the text input widget. This is a separate entity to allow icons such as search and clear to be inserted adjacent to the input. This is spawnable. Inheriting it as a scene component. What do you fucking mean? What? This can actually put like a text input thing because it doesn't look like this is gonna put it. F12. That's not a hip press screen. So it's saying that I'm spawning it wrong, which I think is saying that I'm supposed to call at. I don't think you have any properties. No. Which does make me think that like you're supposed to then have a second set of children. Which is just such a weird way of doing that. Okay. But that doesn't actually give me the text input. Wow. Fun. So go back to our debug. Feathers text input. So my curiosity is that when it's saying, hey, spawn the container and then the children and then the feathers input. Oh. Test. I need to make sure that the debug console is like always on top. So I'm sure it's got like z index. -10. In case the node in front of back order, so I will appear on top of sibling nodes with lower. Okay, so first off, let's do that thing that it decided, but it's just such a terrible way. Anyway, feathers. Okay. How did you say to use this? Feel like this. Children, children, this. Except for supposed to be like that. I don't know why it doesn't like this for some reason. Weird. So it needs to be 10 because otherwise it doesn't render on top. Also, I think this is only children. We need to be like global. Global is the index. So we run that. So the global one means that it overrides the other ones. Okay. Lovely. We hit play and go up here. I'm going to go to hex 9. I don't actually know what that does. Probably nothing. So feathers input. My assumption is that if we go like to here and we explore a little bit, it's probably going to do editable text, cursor width, visible width, maximum width, character tab. Style, that text with style, plug a text import plugin. No. So it's going to be in. Is editable? Where's editable text coming from? Template. Okay, don't know what that's doing, but anyway, template. Entity cursor. Okay, so editable text comes from here. A plain text input field. Please see the documentation for more details of usage and functionality. Note that the text editing operations are tracked. Okay, but I want to know like what fires, like when it changes. Maybe I don't know. Does that editable text apply text edits? Text edit change. Okay. So we go back to our like tooltip. So here, and then we go on. I don't know if this is how this works, but anyway, fn submit, which is then going to be like on What? What was supposed to be? Supposed to be an ampersand. Will qualify you. No, on dot event dot target. I'm sure it had event target. So you need to be debug. Nope, doesn't even implement debug. Right, so let some. Right, so it's like let okay txt equals txt dot get on dot event target else return, I guess. Oh, and then can we just say txt dot text? Now, my suspicion is that this is going to fire on like every character and not only when you submit, but I guess we can find out. Text WEQ. Okay, so there's got to be a. So this text editor changed. Like this is just every time that the text changes. Apply pending edits. There's got to be a better way. Like, I just don't know where it would even be. Because this is update text. This is all like style. Feathers input container. Yeah, so that does that stuff. I don't know where the. I don't think it'd be in feathers. I feel like it's going to be in widgets. So it has to be the U. So that's some kind of font loading thing. Yeah, no. The editable text is the only thing that it can be. I'm trying to see if it's like connected to the Bevy widgets, but I don't think it is, which means we can only. So I can detect like every text change, but I can't detect submission. I guess we're. I want to say that there's like a thing that's like the debug. It's like Bevy UI widgets. Yeah, I don't know. Popovers. There's like a trigger or activate. Really, like. Yeah. So really the only thing to do would be to check if enter just got hit. I mean, it's not like it's impossible to just be like submit, which is just going to be input Bevy res button input key code. State would be res mute. We don't even need a res mute, just res debug console. Which is going to be like a query. Well, that's the annoying thing, because the text fucking input things on that. It makes it really hard to get it out. So we have to like struct I have to put it like this and have to be like console input and then you go down here and these have to be the same component, comma. Okay. Right, you need to be fucking clone and deep. For some reason this gets to inherit scene. Anyway, then we go query. We go like mute editable text with console input. We don't need the state, at least not right this very second. We can make you mute. And we just say it's actually a single. And we go if not input dot just pressed key code enter return. Otherwise we have to try and turn the text. We probably should be like command as well so we can do something. So we want to be like if no, so let's let text equal text dot allow new line. Editor dot text if text dot that's so annoying. String if text dot starts with text. Because I guess it's more like if can I like dot trim you? No. Right. If let sum body equals text dot trim dot strip prefix hex I guess it's just text. Let txt split white space let q equal txt dot parse dot next there's definitely a better way of doing this, and I am too tired for this shit, so I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you all for tuning in. I know there's like a console. Maybe I should just use the Bevy console. Let's see if that's up to date. If that's up to date, I might just go set that up. Bevy console. You up to date? 9 months ago, 6 months ago. So the answer to that one is resounding no. Maybe we could do that. That might be tomorrow's stream. I'm not sure. It could be an interesting project. Alright, maybe we'll do that tomorrow. So I might port this console, fork it, and port it up to date. Only 9 months out of date. Alright, it's only 6 months out of date. So it got up to date just before 18 came out, I guess. Anyway, thank you for tuning into the stream. I will see you next time.